reading that little line, I will be arrested for not taking a fucking vaccine. This is not a fucking joke anymore. This is fucking dead serious. I am fucking dead serious. These people don't know who the fuck they're actually playing with. Yeah, in a group they might come and fucking intimidate me and whatnot, but fuck, they do not understand what the fuck just one person like myself is capable of. They do not fucking understand. No fucking vaccine or mRNA will ever flow through my fucking blood. Never! I will fucking die!
Boom. Yes. Working. Well, almost working again. Little niggly glitches, I'm afraid. It's Restream. My love affair with Restream already dying. Well, it seems I've solved, I think, the Rumble issue around the stream glitching. I'm trying to keep an eye on it, but if I do it this way, then there's no chat coming from Rumble. So for that, I apologize. We can only lay the blame at the doorstep of those Ukrainian wankers at Restream for having a shoddy product, much like that Blick. But that's their thing, man, right? If that's their whole bread and butter, it should be seamless. It nearly is, but it's working on X. That's good to know. That's basically where most people are watching me now, to tell the truth. I'm going to try. I'm barreling in head first into YouTube land again, see how long I can last. I don't know. I think for YouTube, you got to have a gay background, right, with some stupid neon lighting and some attempt at production value. Whereas your production value here is the lab in full flow. There's two dudes behind me now, just finishing the inside of the. Well, what was it's amazing. What was a deck, right, for sitting outside and enjoying the view, because of its rotten foundations, has been turned into a functional room for the lab. And so, I mean, it's not complex, right? I mean, the space was there. It was just change all the wood out. And, well, I say not, it was hard work. I couldn't do it. And they struggled as well because the steel underpinnings on which you were trying to attach wood, where the original structure had them sort of welded in and lined up with the sort of overlaying structure. And in this instance, well, I started the job like that. I couldn't see any other way of doing it. my welder wasn't powerful enough to weld in studs onto structural steel. But why's my phone going bananas? The but closing it off and basically it's just a shed now, but a shed that looks very, very lab-like, and so that's pretty cool because we need it. We need it for the equipment we have. We need it. That's going to be Rix's frontline command post when he gets here, and we'll keep cracking on at these problems. They haven't gone away, folks. And I was going to do a stream. It was just the energy levels, and I was on the way to Edagawa over the weekend, and so I was watching. I don't know, just you're driving, right? So you can't sort of scroll your feed too much, and I can't remember. I watched one thing that I wanted to watch. Now, what was that? I can't remember. Wasn't just. I think it might have been Joe Rogan. Actually, I think I was watching a Joe Rogan episode, and then it switched to. I don't know the name of the presenter of the podcast. Impact Theory, is it something like that? But he had Michael Malice on, and if that's supposed to be the epitome of like the leading edge of thinking on the not Twitter sphere. I don't know what you got, like the internet podcast exchange of ideas, etc. And I was watching these two go on, and I didn't. The reason I didn't stop the car to change the stream was that they were talking about, or the premise of the stream was, is collapse inevitable? And it's the smoking shed. Yes, indeed. And no doubt Commander Rixie will be lighting up cigars in there. I'll stick to vape. But so the premise of the stream was, when's the collapse coming, right? So this thing that's bandied around the internet as they try to, I don't know how much of it is organic, etc., and bot farms, yada yada. But is the US heading for a fundamental break, a civil war? And from my position, I hope not. But what they were doing, it was very frustrating to listen to, and I think I will probably. I'm going to try and make the effort to break it down, what it was that they were saying, which is they were talking about Charlie Kirk and the Overton window has shifted such that the dock appears like a moderate in the in the current times. You can just go full bore at the K26R and nary zero fucks are given these days. And so they were sort of discussing the who's behind the collapse, right? Who's the organizing force, who are the enemy combatants that would drive America and Western civilization into the ground. And what they did was they had now I think they both look like Jews to me, the two of them. Michael Malice, most definitely, just because of his imp, goblin-like nature. And the Impact Theory, I wanna say there's probably some some secret gefilte fish eating going on somewhere. But but anyway, they're trying to make sense of things, and apparently Malice has a book, and in that book, so before I get into the Moloch and children's amyloid burden, I think I'll maybe, yeah, spend a bit of time on this, and then I'll make time to go through that stream, just because there was a lot said, and to me, this was the very much always just getting close to the target, but missing. And they kept doing it again and again, that by the end, it just feels deliberate. And in that exchange, they're basically talking about, well, what I just said, which is that because of what's happened in Gaza, that the how should we say, the influence of Jewry in the US has come under extreme scrutiny. I don't think we've ever seen, I don't remember anything in my lifetime coming as close to this as what we have seen. And the question becomes, are the Jews behind it? Now, this is an important question. Why? Because we have to try to make sense of the last 5 years. Why have we witnessed what we did? And you can all, if you got this far, I know Malice is a Jew, Bean Lord. It's the other dude. Let me just see if I can find the stream. Maybe am I gonna just end up doing that? YouTube and Michael. The thing is, I don't have the timestamps. All I have is the recollection in my head, and I should, in this instance, I should go through and make a point of where we want to pick the conversation up, because it was quite a long one. And I was sitting there and I'm thinking, let's see, hang on, before I respond to the chat. Now, the chat has made me lose my train of thought. Fuck you, good doggy. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I was looking for this impact. I'm sure that's what it was called. Impact theory, maybe something like that. And America isn't collapsing; it's mutating. Yes, that was the name of the stream. Now, that was the title. Shush. Tom Billieu and Michael Malice, and it is impact theory. Yes. All right. So I want to know about Tom Billieu. Impact theory. Where's Burgle when you need him? We need a K26R check. Right. Stat. Co-founded by Tom and Lisa Billieu, we're on a mission to positively impact lives. It's already starting to sound a little bit suspect. Be a light unto. Impact theory is committed to an unbiased pursuit of the truth. Tom Billieu approaches the most important issues in world affairs, finance, AI, and future. Maybe everyone's talking about it. I am, but I don't know what does ChatGPT say about them? Tom Billieu. So just as on tweets I can find in social posts, he mentions one of the gifts of Christianity and Judaism is indicating he discusses both faiths rather than identifying as Jewish. In his podcast and posts, he appears to approach religion with a more analytical or philosophical lens rather than expressing a specific religious identity. Yeah, dig deeper. Dig deeper. So, no, why was this annoying to me? Because there are some very basic, well-known facts now, and those revolve around that we have been in a new kind of war. It's one of the oldest professions in the world, right? It goes back to hose and putting out for unleavened bread. But the premise, so they sort of got to this part of the conversation where they're talking about the role of Jews in American body politic, I would say. And what I was watching was a sort of, okay, you asked the right question. Now, are you actually using all your faculties and do you have all the evidence to hand to make the kind of assertions that you do, particularly when these are, how would you say, these are the facilitated individuals and podcasters, right? That they don't speak out of turn, or they don't. If you come to the truth too abruptly, like yours truly, then you'll get a pass, and you'll get the bot farms pointed toward you to elevate your account, etc. But they go out of their way to bring up the very, very obvious impact of the role of K26Rs in, well, I don't think it's just American politics. I think there are others as well. And I was balking at what they were saying, because and I know you should be careful of catch-all answers, but the parsimony here is one that just doesn't get explored enough, which is, in the last 5 years, I have seen huge strategic gains for the Jewish lobby, Jewish power, to the point where they were able to, in an age of everyone walking around with 4K cameras, literally get away with obliterating a walled-in population and giving zero fucks about collateral damage. And there have been other moves made on the chessboard which have been leaning very heavily towards their interests. Now, of course, you can't talk about monoliths in this instance, right? Of course, there will be opposing groups and factions within each, but it's very, very easy for me to draw a straight line through the warfare that we've seen, the political turbulence that we've seen, and those strategic aims. And I don't think you have to wrap it up in biblical eschatology in this instance. It's just about forcing their will onto the environment. I'm not saying this is the only hypothesis, but the fact that they didn't explore this and just sort of put it down to, well, it can be dismissed if anyone is saying it's the Jews, when the proper response is, what we just witnessed was the use of next-gen biowarfare agents, the instantiation of hybrid warfare, a lighting up of a conflict in Europe where it's like Lebensraum on the Ukrainian soil for Jews is a known but not spoken enough of concept or stratagem that's being deployed. And this, I'm sorry if it's noisy in the background, but it's just dudes with hammers and ladders doing their thing. But I'm glad they're doing their thing. I'm about fed up with the lab as it is, but it's too messy. And yeah, so I guess I guess it's worth going through and teasing apart what these thought leaders are for the. Again, it's my feed, right? And how much of my feed is a curated stream driven by automation, and but anyway, their discussion seemed off, and the reason why I feel it's off is that in light of the warfare that we've seen, it's very easy to point where it's taken place and who out of any group stands to benefit the most from the continuance of like you can't call what they did on Gaza warfare, right? It was that's and to get the whole world to look away, it was a masterclass in perception management and power, right? It's their power that allows them to do this. Now, in this instance, were they prepared to trade in their good favor cards, right, in order to achieve these strategic goals? And have they achieved them? Which is, would Israel happily move the Palestinian population out of Gaza if they could? Yes, I think that goes without saying. And do they have eyes on Ukraine as Lebensraum for a country that is very small and also strategically disadvantageous, as we saw with the use of Iranian missiles, right? They just don't have the geographical depth to be able to absorb night after night of bombing. You know, something like a much larger country like Ukraine shows. And this needs to be talked about as often as possible, again with the fingerprints of race-based biowarfare involved as well. They're non-signatory to the biowarfare conventions, and also if people remember, cast their mind back, they jumped ahead of the queue to get hold of vaccines. Now, you know, there was a very how should we say? I can't even remember whose podcast it was. I want to say it might have been Jordan Peterson, where Benjamin Netanyahu is talking about how Israel was picked because they have this medical system and medical record keeping, what have you. But in an age where we know that there are two processes to make these vaccines, and one may be substantially safer than the other, when I keep seeing all these little meshing of gears, it's impossible for me to sit there and listen to that imp-like wretch Malice and say it's all in your imagination, where the proper response should be, we should be investigating every lead right now, and that includes looking at perhaps Israel being the instigator of this switch to this type of warfare. And so if you think about this, why would they do that? So if their aim was either push Palestinians out, or it's not just mowing the lawn in this instance, it's essentially going in and what's it called? Roundup. You're just spraying Roundup on everything just to exterminate as much as possible. And it's too easy for me to draw a line between all these events and see them and see linkages. And of course they would get support from other nations. I'm looking at the UK, of course, France, but the United States is the primary driver. But they all are heavily inclined towards being favorable to Israel, where were it another country, the news cycles, etc., would be non-stop for their strategic outcomes. And so I look, I'm, yeah, I guess I'll try to get to Moloch, which the paper I want to look at, it's a manuscript I want to look at, which is just the detection of amyloids in blood. I've had it on my tabs for like the last week or so, but Good Doggy sent it to me again, and I think it's worth going over. One, because there's images in there that are direct correlates to the images that I collect, and people were so vociferous against with baby B. And in this instance, they find the same thing. Now, they talk about it in context of long COVID, but but that was that's the part of the stream I'm going to get to. So I guess my mind now is sort of, I'm looking at that, his gawping face on the screen, and Michael Malice and the other guy. How many people watch? 193,000 have watched. How do you find out how many subscribers they have? Doesn't say. But yeah, so to get back to the original point, it feels like them, sort of papering over what happened. Like, don't believe your lying eyes, Goyim. As time sort of moves on, and in the scheme of things, the Israel hasn't had a decrease in fertility. No, exactly. It's those types of indicators that we have to look at, whereas the rest of the world has got soaring rates of disability, where people are unable to work. And so it's not a hard leap in my mind to think, okay, if you're at the scheming edge with respect to the weaponry, and you have a set of like I say, strategic end points or goals, and you can't just go from pre-COVID to flattening an enclave that's home to 2 million people, and that takes time, and it takes time to bring to the boil things like the conflict in Ukraine, and from bioweapons labs existing in Ukraine, funded by Ditra, all these things are not being talked about, and the K26R involvement, or it's just pattern recognition, right? To have, and it doesn't matter what I watch. I always hear the same thing, and it means that the information feed and flow hasn't got out sufficiently to enable people to engage in debate, whatever, thesis, antithesis. You could be what was the faggot from the UK? Have you been? What's his name? Douglas Murray, right? And some of the most outspoken critics of what went on in Israel have been Jews, right? You've got to recognize that as well. But they're incidental. That would have just been part of the war planning. That would be there. You will have conscientious objectors. I am a conscientious objector to Zogger wars. I am not taking part, and I will do anything and everything in my power to make sure that my sons understand the state of the world, such that they don't get sucked in to a Zog war, literally where they're getting chewed up by robots with artillery shells strapped to them. And I suppose that brings us to like the outcome of this weekend, where Trump or the administration has made the decision that tomahawks should not be given to the Ukrainian regime in order to implement deep strikes into Russia. And in this instance, I'm praying that some of the wisdom that was left, if it didn't get taken out by the biological weapons or the ongoing, I mean, like the wars like the kinetic wars are more localized. So the well, it's just the point I wanted to get to is that like these people seem bereft of the facts as they stand, and are just willing to sort of brush it off and move on and talk about, yet blithely will talk about, well, we are going to collapse. Do we have, like, I'm not so sure that that's the necessary outcome of the trajectory, just because of the technologies that have emerged that seem sort of game changing somewhat. Does the US have to fragment and dissolve because of political differences? And and so sort of coming back to what happened at the weekend, it was a surprise to me as I listened in the car on the way back driving that no one came to meet Zelensky at his arrival, and Trump basically turned around and said, no tomahawks for you. And I just think back to 40 years ago when I was a child, and cruise missiles were a big deal, right? They were I want to say huge, but there was persistent protest to not have those weapons on UK soil because of their first strike capability, decapitation capability, and I don't know if I hope we've dodged a bullet. And I suppose in this instance, you have to give some kudos to Trump for at least somehow getting the lid back onto the pressure cooker, such that it's not spraying out all over the walls, and with the potential to drag many more in. And when Tomahawk missiles, if they were being deployed on Ukrainian soil, that would have to be operated by contractors but US personnel. This was not so long ago. You knew you were on the precipice of far bigger wars, and the idea that these rolling events designed to destabilize your perception, designed to leave you in a state of learned helplessness, what they're doing, or potentially they're moving towards bigger conflicts now. And is that because the older generation has gone into retirement or just got taken out off the board completely, such that the collective memory of that time, the Cold War, and what led up to it, and thankfully, my first decades, it was the ending of the Cold War. I was late teens when the Berlin Wall came down, but I grew up petrified of that axiom of World War III, right? There was a sort of implicit understanding that there was no way back from that pathway, and so as I watch these people engaging in what's supposed to be the intellectual arm of the internet, miss these most important geopolitical points, blows me away. And yeah, I'll have to do a stream about it. But explain the obscene pressure on medical doctors to prevent prescribing ivermectin and fenbendazole, because part of this sort of comes down to Johnny gaslighting Gilligan, and the idea that you have to, in order to maintain control of a populace, particularly in an age where the normal systems of control are breaking down, that militarization is a surefire way for the state to maintain power. And the Crown is they see me rolling. You're not a real doctor, you're insane. I am a real doctor. And prove that I'm insane. Okay, bring one fact. They see me rolling, and I'll refute you. You can come on stream. I challenge anyone to come on stream and just rebut any of the points that I've made. Israel is a non-signatory to the biowarfare conventions, meaning that it's within their remit. And they have the technical capability to be able to roll out biological warfare agents like we saw with COVID. They jumped the queue with respect to exposure from the secondary arm of that agent. Theirs is the only country that showed an increase in fertility in the last 5 years relative to other countries. It's their strategic aims which seem to be fulfilled by the actions of governments around the world, particularly in the West, where that seem counterproductive to the citizens of those countries who pay the taxes within those countries. And so all of this to be just to be rolled over to be saying, oh, you can't say that because it's just the Jews. No, that's not the argument. The argument is that there's been a degree of war planning take place among a select few that favors this particular group of Jews and their hangers-on. And the fingerprints are... Where'd you get your doctorate and who was your advisor? Yeah, it's a good question. So I did my PhD at UCSF. If you go on to PubMed and you can look at my publications, and you will see it's University of California, San Francisco, and my registered PhD was done through Open University in the UK and in the neuroscience department there. And I had two advisors for my PhD. One was Robert S. Turner, and the other was Kerry Murphy. And you can go and look these people up. You can go look up my publication record. You can look at my specializations. And I'm telling you, you're being gaslit by the likes of Malice and these high production value YouTube streams where it's the calling down the mark in action. Anybody can get a PubMed. Yeah. Try getting a PubMed with non-human primates and the institutes like the Mayo Clinic or UCSF Department of Neurosurgery. Try getting a PubMed that way. Go on. Go take a look. Then come back. And then you tell me how I think I got that, how anyone can just get that. My the work was done at UCSF. The degree giving organization was the Open University in the UK, which is a legit university, and it allowed part-time PhDs to be done. And so that's what I did. And that's why you have to call me Dr. McCairn. It's why I'm a leading expert in modeling neurodegenerative disorders in primates. I'm credited with discovery of the world's first model of Tourette syndrome. And I'm sitting here telling you that you've been subject to next generation hybrid warfare that involved and was set, the fuse was lit with biological warfare. And you're watching the consequences of it now. Please wrench people here. I mean, I don't mind actually answering the questions. And I don't think there's enough people to sort of warrant a wrench yet. Hopefully as as word gets out that they've allowed Doc McCairn back onto the onto YouTube, that the numbers pick up. I'd hit a ceiling with Rumble, and it just doesn't get the coverage. But yeah, off-topic Jew in the house. They don't like it when you start calling them out. But it's not just the Jews, I'm afraid. It's the crown. It's the oligarchy of the US. Okay, they're all in there. They're all gorging themselves at the trough of forever war. And that forever war now has spread beyond the sandpit and potentially still has the legs to expand and expand in ways that makes everyone's life very, very difficult. And so look what we have right now. So even though Trump has refused giving little Jew goblin little Jew goblin Zelensky, head of Zog Warfare Inc., I should say, he's still going round and saying they're going to fight. Yes, the Jews will fight to the last Slavs, egged on by the power establishment in the UK, and maybe just Trump just pump the brake a little bit. Oh my God, dude, direct your PhD. What's so inspiring? Yeah. And prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. No one has yet, and I've been on the money, I'm afraid. So, he's probably searching without the A in the name. Yeah. These people aren't too bright. And the thing is, the reason you get people like this is that they don't want to think that they got punked. They think that they're the masters of their universe, right? That that their pager and cell phone isn't going to explode in their face. And this is the thing: we've had so many atrocities within the last 5 years. You have to set that up. Right, you don't just roll out the door. you put the chess pieces in place, and again, and as we see, little green goblin Zelensky, a Jew, going round scrabbling for more money, sending more men, refusing to wind down this war that is very obviously lost. What, in the name for Lebensraum, for more Goldsteins and in Ukraine? I literally have no clue what you're talking about on the other front. You just tuned in, bro. Well, it's best then just to sit quietly and not raise your voice and just have the suspicion of stupidity instead of actually confirming it. Why am I talking about Israel? Because I'm talking about biowarfare, right? And I'm talking about the fact that what we're going to look at are children who have been impacted by this biowarfare, by a pathology, which I was calling out from day one. And the simple fact is, it wasn't that many months ago that I was getting a lot of heat for publishing on a Substack that I got blood samples from a young toddler who came out of the uterus, wasn't alive, and came premature, and the mother was forced by the state at 32 and 34 weeks to receive Pfizer vaccines. And I find a very, very distinct pathology in his blood that I recognize from people who have long COVID or vaccine injury. And there are people who think, honestly, I get this a lot. The last sample that I looked at was from someone who was convinced that their blood would be fine, that they could be part of the control group. Whereas we know that because of the biological warfare elements embedded in the pathogen and the gene transfection, that those amyloid-like epitopes have never been seen before. They're completely novel. And we're in a situation where the scientific data, there's an interplay between fibrinogen and misfolding scrapey prions. And the body seems to throw fibrinogen to fibrin to counteract misfolding scrapey prions. Why? Probably because as a evolutionary adaptation, the body is better equipped to deal with misfolded fibrin and fibrinogen than a scrapey-like disorder. Your take on Andrew Huff? I'll take a quick look at it. Actually, you know, I've had a lot of coffee today, and the bladder is screaming at me. So I don't mind taking a quick look at Andrew Huff. I did see he was on Tucker, and then we'll get into Moloch. And then you know, the next stream I plan, we'll look at Malice and whoever this dude is that runs Impact Theory, what seems to be a relatively large podcast on Twitter, and how they're dancing around the evidence that points to there being causal factors. It wasn't random. It wasn't random. And Scholar of the First Seed says British Alex Jones. Oh, were I so worthy. But I'll be back in 1 second. You can have the intro, Monk. I'll be back. All right. Thank you. I apologise for the break there, but you know, getting onto YouTube, you pick up a few new viewers, and yeah, they're only 5 years behind. This isn't me just putting stuff out my ass. There is years of research and decades of experience relaying this information to you right now. And if you either pay attention to it and try to adapt to it, and thankfully, because I've spent time working in that domain, we may have cures for what they've done. And today we're going to look at what they've done to children. There are children that are walking around with amyloid prion-like disorders in their blood. All right. Let's see. So someone wanted me to play a clip from Andrew Huff. All right, so I'll do that. Let's do this. Fucking mouse. All right, do this. He is a kike, of course he's lying. Well, it's not so much lying, it's, lying by omission, I suppose you could say. But there are straightforward, easy to find tracks of evidence which point to why we're at the situation where we are right now. And it involves all manner of warfare in the hybrid warfare panopticon. I'm expecting a call. That's not it. All right, so let's do this. Switch here. Why is that doing that? I see. Right, you can see the dudes working behind me. So finishing off the room. But anyway, let's switch there. Expansions of lab capabilities and powers, which means that we can grab the fingerprints of what they've done. All right. So we'll stick with this one from Good Doggy, as Trump admitted in the UN that what was a highly contentious issue for 5 years was in fact true, that SARS came from or had the fingerprints of being worked on in a laboratory. Now, they're prepared to concede that point as they don't want you to go down the pathway towards understanding that there are still extant biowarfare programs. Right now, they're still ongoing. They're still developing technologies. They're iterating out ever more devious ways of killing you at the end of the day. I mean, they might think of it as population management, but it's an assault on your body, mind, your ability to achieve what the good Lord intended for you. But anyway, of course, we wouldn't be able to do all this science without the support from you, the public. Science for the public, by the public. Please go to McCairndojo.com, hit the big blue button, and you can send a shekel or two to the doc, and I'll keep plugging away with the scientific data. Of course, not to forget, if you are concerned about the pathology, which I'm about to show you in children, you can send a blood sample to me. It's dead easy. Go to synaptechlabs.com. and follow the instructions down below. It's just blood spots on microscope slides. Send them to me, and I can give you a somewhat crude diagnostic, but it's tracking very well. And now we have the equipment to really pin it down. And I would say, I'll get to the manuscript in a minute, but of course we talk, you listen live.com. Is it home? WTYL.live, sorry, not com. Because for 5 years they've kept me off YouTube for 5 years, they're still throttling me on Twitter. I pay for the privilege of being throttled on Twitter as people have to click and flash QR codes to pay the price of admission to see the tweets that I put out because I'm so dangerous, apparently. What are we looking at here? Get my big head out the way for those noobs that have just come in here. That is the number or the statistics from, what's it called? The Bureau of Labor Statistics, US. And that shows the number of people who are now incapacitated and cannot work in the United States. This pattern is repeated again and again across the globe. UCSF, nice. My daughter is there. Well, she started doing a PhD, and now she decided she wanted to do clinical research. So after putting in 2 years, she's now switching to med school. UCF Neuro is a great program. Yeah. There's a lot of smart people there. I did a whole bunch of work there. It's all there on PubMed. That's why I'm the doctor and the subject and domain matter expert, whatever his face was, rolling. I'm just a rolling. Of course, we can't forget the data showing the increase in prescriptions for riluzole, where the only indication, the only treatment is, well, this is the only treatment for amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. And something's happening, and it's falling in line with predictions that I made. This week, I'll be going to see a multi-system atrophy patient that they've linked it to vaccines. We just hope, wrong way of putting it, but maybe there's a corollary, with the analytics that we've done, and maybe there is a way of helping this individual. Let's see. There was yeah, it was Good Doggy sent it to me. Where'd it go? It's from, well, actually, it was Claire Craig put this out earlier in the week, but Japan's cumulative mortality rate ratio, right? So there should be, as you iterate across time, there should be a standard slope at which the cumulative deaths should occur. And it's generally, they were very steady state and predictable. But now, in countries where they don't have large movements of population to hide the deaths, we can see the fingerprint of the impact that they've had. So not only are people, being taken out of the workforce in Japan, what you're seeing is a massive increase in the cumulative death rate ratio, way beyond what it should be, were all things normal as they were pre-2020. And I'm sorry, but these are nailed on facts. And the pathology that we're about to look at is what it was. Even, it's not just a COVID related pathology, right? It's associated with other disease conditions. It's just that its signal with COVID is so is so over amplified relative to other disorders, particularly if it was just the flu, right? Which it very obviously wasn't. So, where's the manuscript? Not that one. I did mean to get to this article, but COVID-19 infection associated with increased risk of new onset vascular dementia in adults greater than 50 years. Where did I put that? I did download it. Here. Quantification of fibrinolytic clots in plasma from pediatric long COVID patients using a microfluidic assay. Now, the reason that I'm interested in this is, well, one, any method which helps identify and concretize the idea that there is this ongoing pathology, and if they do the right thing and follow the evidence and understand it to be an amyloidogenic prion-like disorder, then maybe some action will be taken. Unfortunately, I think it's a bit too late. Japan has lots of old people. Yeah, but they would still die at a steady state. And the simple fact is, when you do the statistics, the death rates in age groups where they shouldn't be there are there. And this is consistent with what was seen in the United States, with what was seen in the UK, and this is it's not an isolated incident. And coupled with a crash in births, what was already a worrying downward trajectory has accelerated in the last couple of years in Japan, Korea, Singapore, places where they do keep good records, and they are highly vaccinated. Again, I'm agnostic as to the cause of the pathology we're about to look at. It can come from the virus or the vaccine. That's what I see come across my desk. People who say, "Well, I never took it," why, thinking they've done the right thing. It didn't hit me that bad, but the quantification or the analytics of their blood say otherwise. And this is a big problem when you're dealing with what are defined as surreptitious disease mechanisms. They're very hard to pin down in terms of diagnostics. Hang on, 13% of Alzheimer's cases are actually Kreutzfeldt-Jakob, misdiagnosed as rapid onset Alzheimer's. Yeah, like I say, there's a whole bunch going on with neurodegenerative disorders right now that is not being addressed properly. Why? Because people are going in, as I was explaining, as I spent the first half of this stream explaining that they're either they just don't know, they're willfully ignorant, or they're just basically engaged in practices of omission deception, not to face up to the reality that you're dealing with. The reason you're seeing all these manuscript titles, news headlines, dementias going through the roof, the working age population is being decimated and can no longer work. There's a reason for that. And it comes down to them using biological warfare agents as a kickoff to Third World War, the first great war of the 21st century. And whose strategic aims just seem to be being filled in this instance? It's funny watching them. These old dudes, they're not old. Well, yeah, they're old. They're older than me, but they've been in there all day. um, but they're making a racket at the moment, breaking me concentration. People haven't caught on to post-COVID world yet. No, and that goes with the loss of IQ points at a population level as well. I did try to warn you. Whothexo says, my dad died of SCJ, I can't read it, SCJD-MM12 from exposure to mad cow. He was a butcher for 47 years. Maybe. I think mad cow was a consequence of work being done at Porton Down, but that's just me. K-Star says, I'm negative. They use their biowarfare on me. I'm rhesus negative. They used their biowarfare on me long ago. I don't. I couldn't speak much to how rhesus positivity, negativity impacts the results. What I see is people who, there are people like, of course, doing what I'm doing. The data set is going to be skewed because it's people who don't feel well and are being gaslit by their doctors and the medical system. And in this instance, I'm able to test their blood and use standardized tests that that a medical system has a job to argue with because they use them as well, as you're about to see. The dyes, the fireflavin amyloid specific dyes are, they're the first step. But as a diagnostic, you don't. Every person that comes in with I don't know, let's say, let's think of something like a viral illness, right? You might do a PCR test or some other panel to try to determine what the pathogen is that's treating someone. You generally don't go to research laboratories and check to the nth degree whether what it is that you're looking at is a real signal or a false positive, because there are assumptions made that work has kind of already been done. Now, in terms of blood and children's blood, and I was catching a lot of heat a couple of months ago for speaking up about young baby B, right? Let's just remind ourselves about young baby B and what his blood looked like. Baby B, baby B, baby B. Wee young man. But there on the screen, in his blood sample, is a fibrous-looking clot. It's the inclusion of the fiber-like clots that, to me, is the real indicator of you have a ongoing bad case of a proteinopathy, basically. A blood-borne proteinopathy. And so you can look at that image and then you can dye it with the amyloid-specific dyes, and you get a hit. It glows bright green. You can look at it under scanning electron microscopy and look at its twisted fibril-like structure. People were saying to me, that's It's not real. That's you can't trust it because it was a finger dab done on a glass or a drop of blood taken from a fingertip onto a glass slide. This is blood taken from IV draw into a vacutainer. Same properties, same twisting morphology. It does glow. Maybe I didn't save the files, but I'm sure I could dig it out if I needed to. But it's this pathology as a biowarfare agent is a perfect weapon. It's incapacitating in terms of the initial infection. Often many take a long time to recover. And then you get these long-term changes in the blood where these proteins begin to aggregate. And normal blood tests won't pick them up. Why? Because they're self-proteins. There's little in the way of immune activation. Truth says, look up title, aged cattle brain displays Alzheimer's-like pathology and promotes brain amyloidosis. I know the study. I'm very au fait with the prion literature. It's just what they did with cows, Truth Exposed, they've now done through a biowarfare agent that was highly transmissible and followed on with gene transfection of the same prion-causing viral epitopes. That's where we're at right now. And 5 years in, it ain't getting better. And I don't know. I ain't stopping yet, and they ain't stopped me. So they've been doing this for years, way before COVID. Yeah, but it's the scale. And we know that they've been working on prions as biowarfare agents ever since the Ph.D, however you pronounce his fucked up Hungarian name, and his forays into Papua New Guinea and bringing back Kuru. Where did he end up? Fort Detrick. We have studies where they've literally shown you can aerosolize prion protein and cause disease. はい。大丈夫。ありがとう。What I was saying now. Oh yeah, as bioweapons, they've been looking at amyloids and prions for decades. This isn't new. It's just the fact you've got someone like myself who's just in a position to be able to speak up about it and have the equipment to test it. But yep, that's baby B's amyloid fibrils, and I want you to just take a look at that morphology before we get into this manuscript. Okay. Prions are caused by other prions. Yes, we know. But trust me, Truth Exposed, you're not bringing any new biology here. I appreciate the vigorous input into the chat, but there's cross-seeding amyloids are something I speak about on a daily basis. You'll get sick of me talking about it, but it's that's my area of expertise. And so I will continue to talk about it, particularly when I think they've weaponized it and injecting it into billions. 13 billion doses into 5 billion people. All now walking around with a surreptitious protein misfolding proteinopathy of the blood. that will cross seed into other organs. And again, a lot will depend on your own genomic makeup, your own exposure levels, your own environmental impactors. There's much that will determine the course of the disease in this instance. But here, what we're looking at is long COVID in children. Children, I remember a time where, you might get about a chicken pox going around, and you were encouraged to go and all go and play together so everyone could get chicken pox. But there weren't hordes of children having to be taken to the hospital for severe myalgic chronic fatigue syndrome type symptoms. That as we begin to dig into this symptomology, I'm pretty sure will be shown to be linked directly to pathologies in the brain. The blood is the low-hanging fruit. And as I was saying yesterday, or not yesterday's stream, but the last stream, where we looked at the monkey, Daphne monkey, right? The first spontaneous, early onset, Parkinsonian-like primate in recorded history and in the scientific canon. If only I knew back then, 10 years ago, what I know now, where I was throwing the technology being thrown at her was extraordinary in just the infrastructure it requires and the skill set required to deploy it. But no one thought to just look under the microscope at her blood, because we had in our minds that it was constrained to the nervous system. And, we had an indicator when we tried to clone her that the cells were all messed up. The eggs, Doc, can you get some Jew blood and analyze it? Yes, I've had some been given to me. Look, I've had Jews who are concerned about this problem as well. And they had clots, right? Yes, we know chimps eat chimps. All right, so now the fucking coffee. Before I get into this one, you're gonna have to have a bit of the intro again. I'm afraid. Sorry. I've cracked the seal, and my son's gone missing. Hopefully, his mother came and picked him up, but just give me a minute. Sorry about that. Yeah, way too much coffee earlier today. Was BSC caused by remains of people who died of CJD? I don't know, but for sure, they were experimenting, and the first cases are just a little bit too close to Porton Down for my liking. So, yeah, one of those things. Ancient history now. You've got other prion disorders to worry about, the ones that are in your blood right now. So, quantification of fibrinolytic clots in plasma from pediatric, meaning children, long COVID patients using a microfluidic assay. What? Can't they double space? Long COVID impacts 1 in 5 children after an acute SARS-CoV-2 infection. Typical long COVID symptoms include fatigue, brain fog, pain, and shortness of breath, which can significantly impact individuals and society. Moreover, long COVID may impair school performance and have long-term health and developmental consequences. However, the diagnosis of long COVID is often imprecise and cumbersome, delaying appropriate care. To address the long COVID diagnosis challenges, we focused on fibrinolytic microclots, recently proposed as contributing to long COVID's underlying mechanisms. We overcame the limitations of current microclot assessment methods, which are qualitative, by developing a microfluidic device to quantify the number of microclots in patient blood samples. We found significantly higher microclot levels in samples from pediatric long COVID patients than from healthy children. We evaluated the diagnostic power of the device in a cohort of 45 long COVID patients and 14 healthy pediatric donors. We estimated a 94% accuracy for the microclot count using the devices, significantly higher than the traditional counting of microclots on slides. Intriguingly, we found the highest microclot counts in samples from patients with persistent SARS-CoV-2 spike protein in the blood. Further studies will evaluate the utility of the assay as a screening test for long COVID in larger populations and for assessing treatment responses. Roughly 1 in 5 people we did that, with SARS-CoV-2 experience symptoms including fatigue, shortness of breath, difficulties in concentration, depressed mood for 3 months or more after the acute infection, a condition known as long COVID or post-acute sequelae of COVID-19, PASC. Long COVID affects both adults and children, often eliciting prominent endovascular symptoms such as positional orthostatic tachycardic syndrome, dizziness, and chest pain. However, the diagnosis of long COVID takes significant time because it relies on the exclusion of other conditions that share the same symptoms as long COVID, and because no diagnostic assay is available to validate a diagnosis. This situation develops the recognition of long COVID and the initiation of appropriate management, interfering with daily activities, schoolwork, sports, and social interactions, with the potential implications for long-term development. Pediatric long COVID care programs have been initiated in many countries, offering physical therapy, occupational therapy, and psychological support. However, these programs lack consensus concerning diagnostic and therapeutics, often derived from other post-viral syndrome, and there is need for a standardized approach. And I think there is overlap with these other post-viral syndromes. Of course, the precipitating agent is going to have its own disease manifestations and symptom profiles, but the leftover car crash seems to be one of clots, not clots, amyloids, misfolding proteins. No image. Oh, sorry. That's my fault, not yours. You haven't missed anything. It's just text on a screen. So, it is a preprint still. I'll just say that. So, several non-mutually exclusive hypotheses exist for long COVID symptoms, including gut dysbiosis, viral persistence, autoimmunity, and persistent inflammation. Yeah, I guess. I think that, yeah, they roll one into the other. And this is purely because of the tropism of spike protein and its ability to target so many organs, particularly through things like furin. Let's see, where was I? I really need glasses. I'm fighting it day by day, but that is literally just, it's almost clearer if I look at the screen up there, it's bigger. All right, so if we did the non-mutual thing. However, these hypotheses do not address the need for biomarkers that can facilitate a more precise long COVID diagnosis. Addressing this shortcoming in our understanding of long COVID, recent evidence suggests that the presence of fibrinolysis clots, microclots in circulation, which are resistant to fibrinolysis, may participate in the underlying pathology of long COVID. The evidence for elevated microclot levels in long COVID patients is currently based on fluorescent microscopy on glass slides. The assessment is qualitative, relying on numerical scoring system, and typically only using 5 microscope fields per sample. Although promising, counting the microclots on slide is limited by statistical robustness and reproducibility. Alternatives are being explored. One study used flow cytometry for high throughput analysis of microclots. However, the approach requires skilled users and high costs for specialized equipment. Today, there are no standardized methods for quantifying microclots in long COVID. I honestly think the way is still, a microfluidic way is a good way. It's a nice way of sort of doing a prep, but you still need a vial of blood. You're going to need to separate it, and then they're going to want to look at just plasma. And with plasma, you miss the bigger clots, unfortunately. So viral SARS-CoV-2 spike proteins, but they do have some in this manuscript, which is why I wanted to go through it, just because I want to point our Finnish Sperg to it, who doesn't think that these clots can manifest in the form that I showed you with baby B, and they have exactly the same. Don't do that. And let's not forget the one the one from, this is vacutained blood, right? No contamination here. It's exactly the same. But I need to get the stained version. I did do it. Just I had to reboot the PC, force reboot the other day, and it's gone. So remember to hit save, kids. All right. So spike proteins can be detected for many months after recovery from acute infection. The spike protein is considered critical in thrombosis pathogenesis, leading to the formation of amyloid fibrin networks and development of microclots. The presence of circulating SARS-CoV-2 spike protein in the blood, spike antigenemia, has been detected in long COVID patients, implying a reservoir of active virus or components of the virus. There's a distinct absence and recognition for the same phenomenon ongoing in vaccinated patients. And for that, I'm inclined just to, I would reject this manuscript. It's not like, you're not doing anything scientifically controversial by mentioning that clots have been recognized in the vaccine injured in this instance. Plenty of literature out there. Microclots. Yeah, I know. I do think it's that. Honestly, I don't have. You don't have to look very far with my blood to see microclots, I'm afraid. And I want to be. Now that we have a treatment, I'm next. I'm going next, and at least we know that's a solid data point. Been tracking it for months. Where was I? Kvetching about them not mentioning the vaccine, right? So Platelet neutrophil interplay is a key mechanism of immunothrombosis, primarily mediated by the formation of formation of nets, neutrophil extracellular traps. The accepted mechanism for the formation of microclots is complex and results from upregulated coagulation, stimulated inflammatory reactions, endothelial dysfunction, and activated monocytes and platelets. The study of microclots revealed intriguing correlations with symptom severity, disease progression, and efficacy of therapeutic interventions. In this paper, we present a microfluidic device to assess microclot burden in blood samples from long COVID patients quantitatively. This development and validation of the device could potentially lead to new biomarkers that could enable faster long COVID diagnosis, precise monitoring of long COVID progression, and add objective metrics to studies of the effectiveness of emerging therapeutic interventions in long COVID. How long is that methods? Not very long. I'll read it. So let's see. Materials and methods. Collection of plasma samples. To mitigate risk of age-related inflammatory or coagulopathy disorders, we enrolled healthy pediatric patients and children and young adults with long COVID, per guidelines from the Centers for Disease Control. Under the Institutional Review Board approved MGH Pediatric COVID-19 Biorepository, participants classified as healthy controls did not present with clinical signs of infection or illness based on previous medical history reviews. We obtained informed consent from participants or guardians prior to enrollment in accordance with IRB-approved guidelines. We collected blood for microclot quantification and then centrifuged the blood to collect the platelet-poor plasma and stored samples at -80 in microcentrifuge tubes. We also tested long COVID participants for the presence of SARS-CoV-2 spike antigenemia in circulation. I don't know what's going on. I'm feeling the urge to just piss, and is that what 3 cups of coffee do to you? And my mouth is all dry. You know what'll fix that? Smoko. I'm on a smoko. So, microfluidic device fabrication. We photo pattern microfluidic designs onto a 4-inch silicon wafer using mylar masks. Colorado Springs. The SU100 photoresist using standard photolithography. The height of the microchannels were 200 micrometers. We poured a mixture of polydimethyl siloxane, prepolymer, PDMS, and curing agent with a 10-to-1 weight ratio onto the SU8 wafer to a 3mm thickness. We then degassed the mixture at room temperature under vacuum for 1 hour and placed the wafer into an oven at 80 degrees Celsius overnight. We punched holes in the cured PDMS using a 1.2mm biopsy punch for fluid inlet and outlets in the microchannels. Finally, we treated PDMS and glass slides with oxygen plasma. Plasma bonded the materials together and then heated the bonded device for 10 minutes at 85 Celsius. Staining microclots in plasma samples. Plasma samples were stored at -80 on the day of processing. We thawed samples and centrifuged them using a high stoppage for 15 minutes. We stained microclots in the plasma samples using 100 micromolar thiaflavin, which is exactly what I use, and incubated the samples in the dark for 30 minutes at room temperature. Loading plasma cells into microfluidic devices. We captured microclots in device using a 2-step flow process. For the first fast flow step, we took 6 microliters of the plasma sample and loaded it into the device by pipetting it into the inlet. We then placed a large droplet of phosphate buffered saline on top of the outlet to act as a fluid reservoir. In the second flow stop, in the second slow flow step, tongue twister, we added a smaller PBS droplet on top of the inlet to drive the flow of microclots into the channel under passive fluid flow via Laplace pressure differences. I don't know what it is, but he did say to me, he wrote me a sign, don't let the dust out today. If you can read that. But all of a sudden my nose is blocked and my mouth is dry, and I just wonder if it's from the work they're doing. They've all fucked off and left me choking. Let's see. We imaged microclots using 20 magnification, Nikon wide field microscope. No. We imaged microfluid devices at a single Z-stack and the slides at multiple Z-stacks. We used the FITC fluorescence filter to visualize microclots. We quantified microclots utilizing the particle analyzer tool in ImageJ software. These tools help to determine microclot counts and assess sizes. We set a minimum area of 10 micrometers squared for analysis. We performed graphing and statistical analysis using GraphPad Prism 9. So when everyone says they're using GraphPad, you can tell it's a low tier laboratory. It's MATLAB or die. Or at least be doing it in R and Python. You might as well just be saying, yeah, we did it in Excel. All right. Results. Study design. We measured microclots in platelet-poor plasma from 59 participants, of which 45 participants were diagnosed with long COVID and 14 participants were healthy donors. To mitigate the risk of confounding age-related inflammatory disease, which can activate coagulopathic and thromboembolic, with my mouth all cotton-mouthed at the moment. These are very tough words to say. Hit that big blue button, Nick Spittles. I'm suffering here. We primarily enrolled children and young adults. Among the LC group, 7 patient samples tested positive for spike antigenemia. Long COVID plasma samples were collected from March 2023 to November 2024. We also tested plasma samples that were collected from healthy donors in 2021 when the incidence of low COVID was still low. What about the vaccine status of these individuals? We designed a device to capture and help count microclots from plasma samples. They really write a boring paper. It doesn't flow very well. The device can accommodate microclots up to 200 micrometers in diameter, compatible with a 1 to 200 micrometer clot size reported in previous studies. Yeah, which is what I see with baby B. It's 2 to 300 in this instance. That was a big clot. Let's see. So that is 1 millimeter. So yeah, this is a super long one. But I'm not spinning the blood down, whereas this one is, if I get my scale, $50, 100, 150, yeah, it's about 200 micrometers, a bit over, but maybe I'll dig the slide out so we can get the fluorescent image of it again. All right, so our microfluidic channel had a height of 200 micrometers with a width of 1200 micrometers and a length of 6700 micrometers. The height of the device allowed microclots to settle quickly, which enabled imaging in a single Z-plane for fast image acquisition. We observed significant variations in microclot morphology, ranging from circular to elongated shapes. Yep, exactly what I see. And this is why I'm less concerned about doing the spin down of the blood. And like I say, when you spin it down, heavier elements are being discarded, and I think the clots get big. It's a misfolding clotting protein. It's designed to expand quickly in size. What was I? Next section, right? So we used a two-step flow process to capture microclots in the devices. We first introduced a 6 microliter plasma sample into the inlet using a pipette, pushing the sample through the device in a fast flow step. At the end of this step, both the inlet and the outlet of the device were filled with plasma all the way to the top of the device. Then we placed a 20 microliter drop of phosphate buffer solution over the outlet in contact with the plasma column. It's them literally just repeating their methods again and again and again. You can tell they don't have much to say. Fluid flow stopped when the inlet droplet spread and reached a radius equal to that of the outward droplet, yada yada yada. The slow flow of the second step is driven by capillary force differences at the inlet and outlet and follows the Young-Laplace equation, which describes the pressure difference across the interface of a curved surface with a radius r due to the surface tension, is that lambda? A small droplet will therefore have a higher internal pressure compared to a larger droplet. By creating a pressure gradient using two droplets of different sizes, fluid will passively flow from a high pressure towards a low pressure through a conduit. We demonstrated this principle using PBS stained with blue dye, which allows the movement of the fluid along the channel to be monitored. By tracking the fluid front of the dye along the channel length from the inlet to the outlet during flow, we observed a linear flow rate with a velocity of 15 millimeters per second. High efficiency microclot capture with uniform spatial distribution. We analysed the number of microclots in the channel of the device compared to the inlet and outlet and found that 83 plus minus 5.9% microclots were captured per channel. A higher number of microclots were also observed in the outlet compared to the inlet, confirming the passive pumping of microclots from the inlet. Next, we studied the distribution of microclots within the channel. We counted the number of microclots across the channel width and analysed their cumulative distribution along the channel length. We observed a linear distribution of microclots along the channels, indicating an even capture efficiency along the length of the channel. To study flow dynamics further, we analysed fluid flow in the device loaded with plasma and observed significantly slower rates than in a device loaded with PBS fluid. These were likely due to the higher viscosity of plasma, which would reduce flow rate in accordance with Hagen-Poiseuille equation, I think you say that. Velocity of 0.65 millimeters per second was obtained with plasma fluid, accompanied by a delay in the dye reaching the front of the inlet. This slowed fluid movement likely contributed to Taylor-Arris dispersion, where initial parabolic flow due to convection, typical of microfluidic systems, gradually spreads towards the channel walls through lateral diffusion. We also tested gravity setting of microclots over time and observed no positional changes, confirming that microclots could be imaged in a single Z-plane at high resolution. Following validation of microfluidic devices' performance, we proceeded to optimize the number of channels needed per sample. We tested the channel numbers ranging from 2 to 8, comparing long COVID samples and healthy controls, and found that a minimum of 4 channels was needed to achieve statistical confidence. Consequently, we analyzed all samples using 4 channels per sample. We observed a higher quantity of microclots in long COVID samples, with an average of 166 plus or minus 106 microclots per sample. Big variation there. But that's in comparison to 60.8 plus or minus 47 for N equals 56 channels for the healthy controls. We also quantified samples by taking the average of 4 channels per sample and observed the same trend. Our analysis revealed higher microclot burden plasma samples with an average of 229 plus or minus 110 compared to 154 in long COVID samples. We observed a saturation threshold of 500 microclots in a single channel with exceptionally high microclot loads. This threshold was high enough to differentiate between the microclot burden across samples. Larger microclot sizes with areas up to 100 micrometers square. We measured no significant differences in the average size of microclots in samples from long COVID and healthy COVID subjects. To study the microclot size in more detail, a histogram was plotted to show the distribution of microclot sizes. Most microclots in both long COVID and healthy COVID samples fell in the 10 to 30 micrometer square size range, with the upper limit observed to be 100 micrometers squared. When the total microclot count was matched between long COVID and healthy COVID samples, the size distribution of microclots was similar across both groups. Based on this, we set the analysis range to less than 100 micrometers square and observed larger microclot sizes in long COVID samples compared to healthy COVID samples. Higher microclot counts in microfluidic devices compared to traditional glass sides. To benchmark performance, we compared a microclot count and area for long COVID and healthy COVID samples obtained using microfluidic device with the slide method. Higher microclot counts were observed in the microfluidic devices compared to the glass sides. Long COVID samples had a mean count of 31.5, with the slides compared to a 5-fold of 161 microclots per sample and equals 39 samples. That doesn't make sense to me, that sentence. Long COVID samples had a mean count of 31.5 microclots per sample, n equals 45 samples, with the slides compared to a 5-fold, so a 5-fold increase with microfluidics, they should, compared to a 5-fold increase with microfluidics of 161.4 microclots in the devices. Larger microclot sizes were observed in the slides compared to the devices. Yeah, and this is what I talk about all the time with the once you start processing, spinning down, etc., you're going to remove these larger clots, these clot monsters, I guess. And I think by doing so, you can get a false impression as to the nature of the disorder, when if you take the time to look at a glass slide with minimal to no processing, just exposure to thioflavin. And it's my experience that most of the blood products, after they've been sat on a slide, will just dissolve away with the solute that contains the dye. The amyloid THT responding clots tend to adhere to the glass slide and don't move. And maybe I can do an example, find an example that we can look at live. Let's see. Receiver operating curves to determine optimal microclot threshold value. I mean, it would be nice if we could have the figures as I'm going through it, right? Let's just see. It's probably easier just to look at it here. But yes, there's their microfluidic channel, and what I want to look at is the scale. 100 micrometers. There's one that is 1, 2, 3, 4, like close to the size that you see with baby B. And people gave me a lot of heat. I don't know. I was, responding to a lot of criticism online for publishing a clot that has well, features, they're standout features just in the size and the morphology. And if they were to show it in non-fluorescence, like I can see that it has a rotation going through the length of the clot. And the simple fact is, you shouldn't have big amyloidogenic clots in your blood, especially if you're a child. This is the consequence of them playing with biological warfare for whatever nefarious means and ends that they had in mind. And now you're all walking dead fucking carriers. I am. Hang on, let me just catch up with the chat a little bit. I bet Dr. McCairn knows about US taking land by way of putting viroids in crop dusters. Yeah, of course. Spreading of ticks, all manner of biological warfare is ongoing. And again, we either get a hold of these, like we have a window of opportunity now, and it's closing. It's going to close very quickly. You'll get a bit of money thrown at it. You'll get some forms of mea culpa and admissions in governmental processes, whether they be Senate hearings or whatever tin pot efforts they do in places like the UK or Royal Commission or some sort of public inquiry, right? But that's about all you'll get. You'll get nothing else for the mass injury that they've caused literally to fucking children. And, you know, what else are we going to see in this manuscript, actually? Not that much. It's this image that I was interested in, right? Large microclots. We can look at some right now. we can take a look at mine. Let's see if I can find that baby bee one. Hang on. What's this slide? I'm bored of this paper already. Congratulations on making a new widget for testing. You know, any improvement in diagnostics, I suppose, should be applauded. But let's see if we can find baby bees. Baby bees. And I'll put a link to the manuscript. 1 second. There it is. And yeah, you know, they're right in the me looking at a microscope is, yeah, it's a qualitative analysis. That is about to change with citation 5 because I can automate it. I can just tell it to scan the slide and then give me a count of the fluorescent objects in it and categorize them by shape and surface area. Let's see. Here's the DOI number if people want to go and get this study. It was actually sort of very dry reading and without the sort of figures breaking it up. And then when you get to their figures, the only really good one is the pictures of the clots. I mean, okay, yeah, you see more in long COVID. Whoop-de-doo. I'm shocked, I tell you. Shocked to me core. Right. Let's do some microscopy right now. I just want to see if I can relocate that one from Baby B. In the meantime, I'll try and look at the chat. Let's see. Truth Exposed says, I know that in the US, the SCJD Scrapey Transmission Report came out in 1978. Next thing you know, the vaccine schedule tripled. Yeah, again, there's a whole deep, dark history. Well aware of it. It's coming in my memoirs. So. Good doggy, if you please, the link to the Doom soundtrack as we take a look at some slides. Wow, there's 528 people watching me on Twitter. Hello, Twitter. But yes, Baby B's blood. Oh. Actually, I quite like this is a camera fault, but this sort of false color image, I like it. Does often help amyloid stand out. Wait, so if I do, hang on, I want to do this, right? So it shouldn't change. The chat. Hang on. Copy. Okay. All right. So should be able to see the. Let's just see if the false color works for me today. But I've been trying to find a way to do this sort of in software, but it's just a glitch that the camera has. And to reset it. Let's see. I think it was 1989. The vax scheduled exploded. You could say 84. Right. That's when they gave them carte blanche to go. So I remember it being more up this end of the slide. You see, these are all microclots in Baby B's blood, right? And clots that shouldn't be there. What magnification did they say they were using? 20x, right? Yeah, I don't think you need them, but that's just the edge of the slide. I don't think that is. It's out of the Z plane of the. I think there's an interesting one. They've been doing dirty shit with prions and viroids for decades. Yeah, no shit. Culminating in the last 5 years. They say a lot of children who got the COVID vax will be sterile. I pray. I hope that's not the case. I guess we're already seeing impacts on sterility, on birth rates, right? They're down radically. Yeah, a lot going on in his blood. There's a big one. Probably find it quicker this way. Ah, look at that. Yeah. Right. 3-year-olds shouldn't have blood that looks like this. Sorry. And minute by minute, those inclusions are growing. It's that one, but it's on the reverse of the slide. If I go back and oh no, maybe that's another one. Where's that picture? All right, you don't see it. But again, another linear. And look, man, they went after the kids too, right? And if you've got any sense of right and wrong and any spine, you should be leaping up at your congressman, whatever robot they've put there for you to up, unload onto, because that's how they control and nudge you from one crisis to the next. But the fact that we can sit here and look at these structures in a baby, and again, was this COVID? Maybe, but he was exposed to Pfizer at 32 weeks, 34 weeks, and came out dead, needing to be resuscitated. Some good ones there, but edge of the sample. So I don't know. I'll finish off my afternoon just trying to relocate that fiber-like clot in baby B. But there you have it. Seeing exactly what I see. Done a few more isolation steps, but the clots are too heavy, too solid. That it doesn't matter. You can you can rinse everything away, and they basically stick to the slide. Now the question is, how much does quantification help? It helps enormously if you can, if it's consistent, and you can use it in some manner to track therapeutic intervention. Doc, you said shedding probably wasn't one of the main ways they intended to spread it. The original vaccine project at Johns Hopkins was called self-spreading vaccines. Yeah, they have self-spreading vaccines. This is not a... how should we say? It's not cheesy response. It's not conspiracy theory, right? They literally wiped out mice populations in Australia with self-spreading vaccines. But I'm just not so sure the spreading is the primary driver in this instance. Now, where is it? I'll be here all afternoon now trying to locate it. Yeah. All right. I give up for the moment. Oh, look at that. Look at that beauty. Yeah, we already looked at it, so it's not that. All right. I'm out of here. I'll just see if anyone hit the tip jar. If you want to keep the science going, keep the doc going. Lots of new stuff coming up, and they're nearly finished. The walls are done. I guess they've just got to do the floor, and then I can begin decompressing this space that I'm in at the moment. I'm tripping over loads of stuff. It's incredibly frustrating. But yeah, and then we'll see what happens with the MSA patient. All right, I want to say thank you to Paul. The rest of you, hang your heads in shame. The donos are just the. I guess if Rumble's all fucked up, how was Rumble today? Could some approach measure the weight of the clots per volume of blood? You could, I guess, once if you know the weight of the problem is that these aren't pure aggregates, right? They're a mix of different proteins, which brings in this cross-seeding phenomenon. But yes, there would be ways to calculate weight, I suppose, but it would be approximation, unless of course they're the monster calamari clots, and then you can just slap them on a regular scale. They come in at tens of grams, and I guess anything that helps diagnose, and if kids are suffering, that's a terrible thought and bothers me immensely. I would a nice one, or a good one, I should say. But yeah, they see them at MIT. I see them, and I can now get rid of them. That's the important thing, right? Let's go out on this, which is this and this. So this is what your blood looks like when it's filled up with amyloids and inflammatory cytokines. Well, it doesn't look like this. This is a false color image, but you have this high background fluorescence, which if you look at this stuff often enough, you pick out. And then if you do the false color, it sort of brings out the details, and we're able to reduce it back to this, and we're also able to reduce. So here you can see lots of microclots, and then post treatment, a massive reduction in their presence. So we can fix it. And so what I want to do, actually, so I'm so enthused about the data that we have, that what I want to do is, like, we should help those most who are suffering the most, right? And also reward those who have been helping to keep the subject matter alive. And what I want to do, I think we can fix Lindsay, House Lindsay, Nurse Lindsay. I hope you're listening, sweetheart. And I think what we should do is everyone should club together and get Lindsay to Japan so we can treat her properly. We can clear out the gunk in her blood, which she does have, and see if we can get her cytokines back down to normal. and see if there's, and replace them with healthy ones from stem cells, and let's see if we can make a dent in her symptoms. And for the moment, in terms of the pathology as it relates to the blood, I'm sure we can turn that around. So we need I'm useless at this type of thing, but we need and I'm not sure how it works for raising the money and how you pay it out or anything, but set up a Give, Send, Go or whatever other means there are of crowdfunding, and let's get Lindsay here for a couple of months, and let's get her run through some really intensive treatment to help pull her back from the brink before she slips into severe health crises that she's teetering on at the moment. It's only because she's young. She's probably just hanging in there. Let's see. I mean, if spinning of blood extracts out the big stuff, maybe that discard will be separated and weighed. Yeah, theoretically. I mean, is it worth doing? I don't know how much it adds. But yeah, that's what I want to do. So I'm going to try and set up a stream with Lindsay, and I'm going to encourage her to try to get herself better, and I don't know, maybe Charles can help her with while traveling if she needs help. And the other thing to think about is just how about now that we have a treatment that can radically impact the blood, all these organizations and charities should be working out ways to send patients here for treatment. They love going after kids. Your title is about Moloch. Child sacrifice is right in line. Yeah, I know. It's really depressing, man. And look, I don't check my kids' blood. I don't want to know, personally. They seem okay. A bit sort of, well, are they? Their activity is low, and kids don't know better, right? So who knows? They don't really complain of any symptoms unless they want to get a day off school, like my son did today. But all right. I think I did that. All right. Yes. I'm ahead with everything. And those that didn't chip in today, hang your heads in shame for all the science that is being done to literally protect our children, fix our friends, and fix. Start to sound like a habbat, but bring some light onto the world. All right, I'm out of here. Take care. God bless, and see you in the next one.
Bro, you don't know how angry I am. I was just leaving for fucking work. You do not understand how fucking pissed off. After reading that little line, I will be arrested for not taking a fucking vaccine. Fuck these cappers! I will fucking kill each fucking kappa, I swear! This is not a fucking joke anymore. This is fucking dead serious. I am fucking dead serious. These people don't know who the fuck they're actually playing with. Fuck these kappas. No fucking vaccine or mRNA will ever flow through my fucking blood. Never! No!
All them
I like this guy.
So check 45,000 confirmed dead from Matrix roof. Boom.
Scaffers!